Hello! Happy Thursday. Oh, perfect timing. Let me reopen that. This key, right? There we go. Yeah, for folks watching these on YouTube, the first thicket popped as soon as I hit the stop record button. So you all got to miss that notification last week, or the other day, not last week, Tuesday. So there it is. We did pop the first one. So those are rolling along up here in the creature chamber. Oh, we've already made 9 of them, apparently. That is good to know. Cool. No. Never mind. I thought I needed 40. I only need 32. What was 40? Oh, 40 was the, trits. I needed 40 trits for that upgrade, which is already done. So that's going to roll through. I do still need to do workers' food. And then also upgrade everything in Nexalit processing. Something I'm curious at Nexalit processing is, do I have any red belts? Or is it all yellow belts? Because if this is all yellow belts, then I think we're going to be... Oh, that's a lot of sand. That's going to be a problem. Although those are already stacked, right? So that might be fine. I should probably take this sand out and restack it. Yeah, I'm looking at things like these belts of whatever this is coming through here. I'm gonna have to double check the numbers on this. But we're gonna have to upgrade some belts to red belts, I think, to make this whole system actually work. And then these are all Mark 1 power plants. We're just gonna upgrade all the buildings to Mark 2 in place for this build, is what I was looking at the other day. Because if I find it, the reality right now is that I don't have space to double all of this. You know, we could maybe double some of the rows, but we're getting way out into other stuff that's happening out here. So I don't want to mess with that. We'll do the in-place upgrade. So yeah, as long as zoom out a little bit, that's loud. I mean, it looks like the fine Nexalit powder is only 40 a second. So yeah, we'll need to upgrade those ones to red belts. Coming off the scrubbers. And then beyond that, yeah, 20 a second coming off the crushers here, 26 a second here. So those will need red belts. 15 a second is fine here. Oh, that's weird. Why do I have this like this, as 2 separate... Did I build this as 2 different sets of automated screeners? I did. Interesting. Okay. Weird, but whatever. So yeah, that's exactly 1 belt coming off of the impact crushers then. And then we end up with 15 Nexalit grade 2. So we're gonna have to maybe lane balance that stuff to get it going fine, which is fine. And then the Nexalit grade 3 is also, well, there's a lot of that. We're up to 40 a second of that. So that's 2. Well, 40 a second, but it goes into 4 rows, right? So we might need to play around with how we bring that in. Like if we've got, I don't know, I'm gonna have to figure out how much is coming out of like each of these sets of machines and how they're getting routed. And make sure none of these belts are being overfilled. But I think a bunch of the belts will just get upgraded to red belts. I could just upgrade the whole thing to red belts in place and call it a day, but that's a lot of work and a lot of red belts, and I'd rather not if I don't have to. So some things are going to be red belts, some things I'm going to try to keep yellow belts. But I think I can grab the shopping list for this at least. Grab the shopping list for this. Did I already grab the shopping list for workers' food? I don't remember. Let's check that. That looks like yes. We don't have automated factories happening. Right. I remember now, and it's because we do already have the requests for... Yeah, this is the request for Nexalit upgrade. And the problem is that we're using too many machines for solar panels, and it's screwing up our ability to run other crafts, so the system's blocked up. I might have to just deconstruct this for now, and we're not going to try to do those machines just yet. And that way we can get the machines for other upgrades, like, done and running. That might be the better choice. The other thing I could do is, I could reset this request as well. I think if I copy and paste that, I should be able to... Here, let's do it remotely. So my bots don't do it. I want the construction bots to do it. So if I copy this, and then delete it, the construction bots are going to pull everything out. And that's also going to... Yeah, there we go. That cancels all the requests. So now if I paste that back in, it's still going to take up like 4 or 5 slots, but it's not going to take up the like 7 slots that it had or whatever before. And that means that all this other stuff can start to run through. Yeah, and we'll see that there's 300 in storage and then other bits and pieces. So the request coming into here should only be... Yeah, 232, which will be 5 machines. 5 machines will get assigned to that as they become available from other stuff. Do I do that before or after the selector? I do that before the selector. Cool. All right, I did it the right way. The way this works, the way it ends up assigning multiple machines, is that every crafter assigned to a craft counts as -50. And then whatever has the highest, input to the selector, which doesn't happen at all right now because this thing is running. It only goes, the selector only fires when this is addressed, and they're addressed round robin, so we don't actually see the output of that, but it would, I guess I could set up a little... Set up a display panel that would show, like, what is the next thing that will be assigned to a crafter, right? Because if I grab all of this, and what do I need? Red is everything that's being requested, right? Yes. So if I bring red over... here. Then next to this, Yeah. Oh, and that needs to feed the selector. Sorry. And then that feeds a display panel. Which I might have to put in the allow list, actually. I don't know if we've crafted those before. We have not. Oh, this isn't right. Darn it. This needs different parts of the signals. Okay, we're not going to get the signal from here then. We'll grab it from... We need these signals over here. And then... How does this work? You need to be green and you need to be red. Okay. That one's green. That one's red. There we go. But we're getting nothing positive at all. Why? Oh, because you're on red. Are you not supposed to be on red? You're not supposed to be on red at all, are you? No. There we go. That's why. So now we should be getting positive signals out of this. Yeah, we filter only for the positive ones, which still seems wrong. Oh, maybe it's not. Okay. Yeah, if we've started to assign multiple machines to this stuff again. What I want is for this to tell me, like, the highest priority item that we're not currently crafting is what this should be outputting. Can I do this with these display panels? Always show in alt mode, show tag, add new message. Can I do like each in here? Anything greater than 0? I don't actually know how these work. Do these not do what I thought they did? Is that my issue? Or is it that this isn't outputting anything? Oh, everything's negative. Yeah, okay, so we don't actually currently have anything that's being requested that's not being crafted. If I want to inject... I'm going to inject a fake request. I'm going to put something down and just request, like, a bunch of random stuff. I don't know. 10 of those... 10 of those, 10 of those. Hey, and that's showing that it's showing things that need to be crafted. I see it popping through signals. Okay. So it is working. Let's remove that before those things actually get crafted. Okay. So in theory, if I did this right, I'm not sure I did. this should show whatever's waiting in the queue to be crafted next. That's the grand theory. And this shows our total number of requests, which is a ridiculous amount of stuff. Oh look, we're out of Nexilate, and it's ruining our ability to make more Nexilate. Whoever could have seen this coming? $60 out of 61, 10 out of 45, 10 out of 26, 0 out of 20. Do I need to add Impact Crusher Mark IIs to the allow list? They might not be allowed for crafting. And there was one more. Secondary Crushers. Yeah. And what was the other one? I already forgot. Impact Crushers. All right. Presumably, we're still going to have issues with not enough Nexilate, because everything needs Nexilate. But we'll deal with that later. Do we make Nexilate plates on site here, or are we shipping it in solid? We're apparently shipping it in solid. I should change that. I'm not sure where we're shipping it in. Maybe I just never put it on belts. Because this is Nexilate Antimony Alloy, which is fine. Yeah, maybe we never put Nexilate on belts. Yeah, okay. I'm going to remove the request for Nexilate plate from here. And we're going to bring it in molten, because we can do the casting on site. Right, we have this recipe? Yeah. Sand castings, molten Nexilate, hot air, blah, blah, blah. So that is another one of these. Sorry, let me actually put that in the right place. Nexilate. Now we can... this also needs to be Nexilate. And this also needs to be Nexilate. There we go. So now we just need to add the molten Nexilate to one of our fluid request stations, which is not going to be this one because there's no space. How many things do I have coming in here? 9? Yeah, we can do another. Oh, look, I have to mess with this, but that's a... Ugh. I'm voiding this. I don't care. Yeah, I'm going to have to adjust the blood routing. Whoa, what did I do? How did I do this? Good enough. And then going across there, I think we just need... That should do it. And that'll just save on train traffic into the mall. Not that we can expect a lot of Nextlet plate right now, but... And then I can squeeze something else into that requester in the future. We're probably also out of Molten Nextlet. I don't know for sure, but it would not surprise me if we don't have any Molten either. Oh, no, 40,000. Okay. So we can probably get a delivery of Molten Nextlet to the mall, and that might get machines running again. Get things moving a little more quickly. In the meantime, we do have the stuff to do workers' food, which is delightful. All of the other machines for the Nextlet upgrade are blocked on needing Nextlet. And all the mirrors are blocked on needing Nextlet. Excellent. How many of these guys have we got? 3. Only 29 more to go. Each one takes, like 700 seconds? 720 seconds. Which is... 12 minutes? And we need 29 of them. What's that? Is that right? Is that 6 hours that we have to wait? Did I do that math right? That seems like a lot. I would believe it, but it seems like a lot. 720, 29, 5.8 hours. Yeah, okay, let's change this. So if I go in here and I find, is it this one? Yes. If I change this from a -50 to like a -10, and we do the same here, this should also get assigned. There we go. So what this says now is the creature chambers, anytime I need more than 10 of a creature that the creature chambers are designed to craft, they'll split the workload. And then all of their requests for things like DNA samples, etc. will... I should probably also change this limit. Because we request these animal samples, which decay. So having more than like an hour's worth of crafts... Yeah. Let's change this 10 to a 3. Oh, and I need to change this output as well to a 3. There we go. Yeah. So that clamps this to... That's not right. Hi, J-Man. What is... Oh, if I go less than 3, got it. Got it. Because we can hold like 3 crafts worth of stuff in here. Oh, and this is set to including crafting, which I do need to do. Okay. So I think the smallest number that I can reasonably make this is a 5, not a 3. Well, no, that's fine. What this is saying is that all the ingredients that it wants to request have been put into the machine already. And that's okay. That's reasonable, yeah, because this is what it looks like steady state with a request for 3. And this is such a slow craft. It'll finish its craft, it'll request everything, it'll get put directly into the machine, and that's fine. We're not buffering anything in these anymore, which is what I want when I have stuff that decays. I want to have that lower number of total requests. So I think that's fine. Yeah, just tweaking. When I set up the creature crafters, I copied all the logic from every other type of crafter. But now that these have animal samples in them, which decay, I want to make sure we're not bringing in huge amounts of stuff that's just going to decay. So I tweaked our threshold for duplication to run in parallel lower, so that we can run these guys in parallel. So it'll only take like 3 hours to finish them instead of 6. And then I tweaked the request threshold so we only request about 3 crafts worth instead of... Previously it was requesting 10 crafts worth, and that's more than it can complete in the time that the animal samples take to spoil. So at that point, you're just crafting animal samples for the sake of them spoiling, and that's silly. I think this will work. I might have to rebalance this again if we end up making another creature that, like, crafts really fast or something, but for now it'll work with what we're doing with the thickets. Okay. Let's get workers' food built, because even if the thickets aren't done yet, getting workers' food to the current digosaurs will still, you know, work better. I guess I can craft this anywhere, right? We're not going to be going through it in huge numbers. Yeah, only a couple of seconds, so train latency, while a problem, is not going to be a huge problem. So we can do this anywhere where we've been doing crafts recently. I don't want to push it down here where we're doing electronics, so probably around here somewhere. Or off of this path. Yeah, let's do pointed south right here next to neuromorphic chips. Oh, there's a tree there. Guess I should also, let's find a radar and get that in place. How many inputs and outputs do we need for this? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total inputs. Okay, so that's 2 input stations. Plus 1 for the blood, plus the output. So 4 stations in total. Okay. That is a full-length doodly-doo. There it goes. Okay. Let's clear this. We don't need it. We have native flora here, which I forgot to check for, and I'm glad I got lucky. Okay. Native flora. So let's do our solid drop-offs first. Here and here. Everything we're bringing in is in quantities of like 4s and 5s. We got 2 things that are 5 a second. And then a bunch of scattered other stuff. How many items a second is that total? 5, 10, 14, 17, 19, 20, 21. Okay. So yeah, let's do like the 2 5s. They'll do like the seaweed, the jerky, and the starch in one, and we'll do everything else in the other. And that way everything that decays is in one thingy. So seaweed, jerky, starch, and then in the other one, we're going to have skin and tin plate. How dangerous would it be to have guts and the jerky in the same depot? That's actually probably fine. I was going to route the decayed jerky into the jerky depot anyway, but you're right that if I just put them in the same place... So let's do that. Let's take jerky out of the requests here. We'll put jerky down here. So let's put the... We'll put the skin and the tin plate then in this one. And then down here, we're going to have the jerky. And we're also going to have the requests that need to be behind a decider. So we have seaweed and skin and, well, jerky and tin plate and starch and blood and space in the output. Then we can output the requests for guts, and lard. Sure, that looks right. Let's get our fluid request. For blood. Again. Oh, whoops. Okay, and then we're just gonna let any spoiled guts hang out in here as jerky. So, in theory, we do still need an output for biocrud. And that needs to be a void. Do I have a void somewhere I can copy that from? Yeah. So that'll be biocrud. We will pull biocrud out here as well. And then we'll merge any biocrud output from the actual crafting machines onto the same belt. Oh, and we also need a spoilage output for this. Yeah, the biomass output. Which, as always, gets little... All right. Probably want to do something similar. Because I've been having issues with the biomass outputs from native flora. I think we're going to go ahead and add a decider here as well. Except we will add the conditions for guts and lard. We're not going to output those. We'll just output, whoops. Output a check mark. That's fine. Okay. So these should all be disabled by control behavior now. And that'll just save us a little bit of nonsense with decay. Oh, whoops. Let's do this. Let's figure out how we're doing all of our inputs and outputs here, because we have a lot of stuff that we need to input and output. But none of it is in high quantities. So, like... I think we'll do that. And then this will be the, this belt. And then on this side, let's just start putting stuff on belts, right? That's the... out of this, we need 5 a second seaweed in total, 3 a second skin, 2 a second tin plate, 1 a second starch. Okay. Let's do the seaweed and the starch, and then the skin and the tin plate. Okay. And then from down here, we have jerky, guts. Why do we have guts getting? Oh, and lard. Yeah, because we have everything else available. So it's like, we're going to deliver guts and lard and everything. That's fine. So let's put guts and lard on one belt and jerky on another. Sure. But this is going to be, I think, basically the same thing mirrored vertically. Except this will be our output. So guts and lard, yeah, are 4 and 1. So that actually does, I think, work. jerky. There we go. And then I just have to deal with all the spoilage things. Looks like we just need, well, we gotta route the blood in. That's gonna be straightforward-ish. Blood and water, which I didn't really check that I had an easy spot for near here, but usually there is. All right, jerky guts, spoilage comes out here. And I'm just going to send that to the output belt for now, and we'll have to split it around. So we split out BioCrud here. And then any jerky will get split out here. And then this will be our actual output down to our output station, which I haven't made yet. And this needs to be hooked up so that we know when this starts to get full, so we stop requesting our decayable products, or our decayable inputs, really. And that just leaves the biomass potential output here that I have to deal with. So fluorospalanin and biomass out. We also have to split that here, don't we? And I guess I can just run this into this belt, can't I? That should do it. This is just a fuel train. It's just a fuel train. Okay. So that's workers' food. Oh, workers' food only stacks to 10. All those places where I set the threshold for workers' food needs to be 1,000, not 10,000. Because we will never have more than... Oh, that stack size is awful. Okay, well, we only use a little bit of it, fortunately, but still an awful stack size. Let's head over to the Digosaurs and the moss and rock stack size as well. Yeah. Moss, at least, like, is also a module, so it stacks to the same stack size as all the other modules. But rocks is just mean. Although all ores are also half stacks. Did I actually finish doing this? Or did I distract myself and then not hook it up? I didn't actually hook that up. Yep. Back we go! At least I remembered right now, and not 4 hours from now when it's broken. Yeah, moss is consumed in very high quantities, and it is definitely a pain. I agree. All right, that should do it. Now we can head back to where we're mining the Nexalit, and actually I think it's better to go this way. And we'll switch Nexalit over to workers' food, and that will hopefully immediately give us some improvements in... What is this doing? Oh, this is saying if there's jerky in here, don't request meat. Oh yeah, that's what's weird and funky. That's fine. We don't have to do that anymore. Okay. I think pretty much everything else, we should just flush through the meat eventually and it turns into jerky. Here, let's do this. What train management mod is that? That is Cybersyn. Sorry, geez, those guys are so loud. It's hard to think with the Digosaurs going. Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock. I do just... I run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. So I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, and when we return, we'll finish getting this reconfigured so we can flush the meat out of it and prepare it for the workers' food. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. What is my train count? We have... Well, this says 311, but I know one of those isn't a real train. 310 trains. If I was doing something with just, like, you know, trains waiting at pickup stations or waiting at delivery stations, I would have many hundreds more. There's a lot of trains in this space. All right, ad's gonna start in a second now, so I will step away. I'll see everyone soon. Welcome back, everybody. Sasku, thank you so much for the follow. Give me a minute to finish up this build and I'll get your name on the Wall of Fame. And Prairie Wind, did you catch the answer to your question before the ad break, or did I get cut off by the transition? And I need to clear the meat out of this whole system. You got 310, okay. What am I doing? I need to switch one of these, not meat anymore. You're gonna be, well, actually, you don't need to be whitelisted at all anymore, do you? Because we have, we're only gonna have the workers' food on here from now on. So I don't have to worry about them collecting jerky, which is what I had to worry about before. same train count you're at, but you just started working towards 4th science pack. Are you using a logistics mod of some sort, or are you using traditional Factorio trains out of curiosity? I looked at the save you said for Automall setup and got lost in the sauce. My brain can't process this after 10. Yeah. And I'm not going to say it's a good setup either. Like, I don't really know what I'm doing with Factorio circuit conditions. It's very hacked together. Let's do actually this. Let's drop meat and jerky and a warehouse here. All right, so that'll flush that belt out. I'm actually going to completely disconnect this for now. Pull the meat out there. And then once these belts... Yeah, you're going to end up with a lot more trains per wind doing base Factorio trains. Because, like, you can imagine if I had to have every one of these stations have a train waiting at it, what that would look like. Oh, there's still... Darn it! I got ahead of the end of the belt here. They're pulling more in. One train per item, servicing each station based on product name. Okay. Let's see, can I do something like that? Yeah, that works. And random crap in my inventory. Oh, that's all stuff for worker food. I should have left it at the worker food build. Oh well. Okay, these guys should be working a lot better now. Do I need stack inserters? Possibly. Probably not. Do I need to make sure the belt is double-sided? Yes, and it is. I'm doing the switch over right in this corner. So that should be fine. We'll see if we have issues with these being able to output. It looks like we might be. Which means we're already getting better than... Okay, we're already getting better than half a belt with just... Or better than a belt of input with just this upgrade. Let's do this then. Rather than upgrade to stack inserters, which is a pain. And then I'm going to make this a high throughput station, because especially once I upgrade to the new upgraded digging dinos, we're going to want And then if the 8 stations here end up being capable of running more than 30 items a second, like, so be it. We're only going to be able to process 30 ore a second at the other end. So I'm still not going to switch this over to stacks, I don't think. Because, like, yeah. I don't really feel like rerouting all the belts is really the reason. But yeah, this looks like it's going to end up being less than 30 a second with the current guys. So we do still need to upgrade them. That is for sure. Oh, we are burning through food, though. Well, sort of. Okay, it's buffering. We're still buffering, right? We have to fill up all these buffers. What's the train limit on this? Oh yeah, set that higher. It's gonna take a minute to fully fill this whole system up with workers' food, I think. Hopefully our consumption rate is reasonable. I think once we get the upgraded guys in, our food demand will actually drop. Because at that point, I think we will be saturating these belts. And that means, you know, the last machine won't be digging at full speed. And that'll keep it a little more manageable. I hope. That is the hope. How are we doing on those, by the way? We are sitting at 13 of 32. Can I use the train mod? Yeah, Cybersyn absolutely works with normal base game. Shouldn't be any issues. It's maybe overkill for the base game, unless you have a really big base. But definitely usable. Where am I? Ah. Oh, oops, I have a bunch of Nexlet ore. I'll drop that off someplace useful. Oh, 3 U's. This column? No, it's not. That's one of these ones, one of these ones. There we go. Thank you again for the follow. Okay, what's next on the agenda? Workers' food is done. We've got to upgrade the Digosaurs, which we can't quite do yet. We're still waiting on a bunch of those to get made. Double the Nexolite processing is kind of waiting on, well, Nexolite. I think all of this stuff is blocked on Nexolite. Yeah. Oh, I'm an idiot. I added this part of the station. I never added the actual request for... Oh, right. The Cybersyn Combinator doesn't support typing K's and M's in. You have to type 1000, all the zeros. At the very least, now that we're getting more Nexilite ore, yeah, this will be able to run a little more consistently. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the train trails are a separate mod, which I think is just called Train Trails. And yeah, that'll work fine in the base game too. Yeah. I don't think there's much in terms of, well, other than all the mods that are built into the Pi mod pack, I don't think anything that I have, like, really heavily requires anything being modded. Although sort of quality of life and things like that are pretty broadly compatible. Oh, I need to drop this Nexilite ore off. I'm going the wrong way to do that, so we're gonna get to do a grand tour of the whole base. We're doing laps. But I'll drop this Nexilite ore off where it needs to go. And then the thing that I saw in my to-do list after that was dealing with coal dust. We talked about that a little bit in a previous stream. I don't remember if that was the beginning of Tuesday or if that was the end of last week. But our coal processing is running into issues with too much. Well, we're doing okay now. Why didn't I upgrade the train wagons to tier 2? Because I didn't design my stations with the split wagons in mind. And I'm not sure how Cybersyn will deal with it. Is really the answer. I guess if 2 tier 2 wagons is exactly the same as a single tier 1, like spacing wise, it would work. But I don't think it is exactly the same spacing wise. And stuff gets weird. So yes, we're on tier 1 trains, or tier 2 trains with tier 1. Is it the same? All right, then it might work fine with Cybersyn. Yeah, there is an easy way to check, which is just build a couple of tier 2 wagons and plug them in and see what happens. But yeah, I just wasn't sure how they would behave. But also, like, all of my logistics requests are scaled for tier 1 wagons, and I'd have to decide which things are worth setting request sizes higher to use the tier 2 wagons. And there are a few things that would be worth it, but, you know, most of my multi-item input stations couldn't take advantage of it, because when we look at something like, you know, something like this one, right, with 4 items coming in at you know, 30, 30, 30, you know, leaving room so that train requests come in before it empties, right? So you're going to still have some items in here when the next train makes a delivery. There isn't much room to use double-sized trains for something like this. Now, some things do have that much throughput, and it could be worth it, right? Ores and some other things, but in the grand scheme of things, there's a few things. But so much stuff in Pi ends up being fairly low amounts of many different ingredients, which the bigger trains won't help with. They'll help with moss, they'll help with ores, they'll help with stone, but I can also just use more trains more often and have everything on the same type of train. These are all crafting again, which is great. This stuff is slowly catching up. We're at 380 out of 600. Did I ever add tanks to that so that we can No, I should. I should add some buffers to this. So that when I do add another set of, duplicate this whole thing up here, it will do the right thing. Let's get some tanks. Let's get some big tanks. How many of these do I think I want? Like 4? 4 is probably fine. Probably even have those in stock. We have 2 in stock. Okay. 2 will have to get crafted. Which might take a second, because we've got a bunch of stuff going on right now. It's trying. Wow, 100? How did that happen? I mean, I know each of these uses a few. Okay, yeah, 15. Sure. $15 times 7 is like 100. Oh, it's a beautiful thing seeing this whole mall running, though, isn't it? Do I not allow those big tanks? No, we do. I added them all. Okay. Which means one of these crafters should take on that task relatively shortly. Any minute now. We've got a bunch of stuff that ended up queued up before those tanks. I want to drop the tanks in. You know what? While we're waiting, let's spend some time in YAFC. That's what we need to do. Workers' food is done. Next elite plate is pretty much just an upgrade everything build. All of this stuff is sitting here because it was things that depend on next elite plate. This is the upgrade we need to make that we haven't made yet. We need to build special small parts as well. But this is what made me realize that I did not have enough Nexalit. So what I was talking about was, yeah, coal dust. Because I noticed that these were kind of backing up on coal dust. I'm wondering why this setup is... Oh, now we're backed up on coal, which is fine, honestly. That's what we want. I wonder if what I want to try to do is, yeah, coal briquettes. Because these have a ton of power. And I think if I get coal briquette factory going, I can add prod modules to here, I think. Let's double check that in EFC. So if we go to our antimony, yeah, we can prod these. But we would definitely want to run them off of briquettes, which is still like 11 briquettes a second. It's a lot of briquettes. So if this is the goal, 11 briquettes a second. There's also the charcoal briquettes, which are even better, but those don't use up my coal dust. And they have a bunch of stuff in them. Yeah, that seems like a lot of work. So let's go with, let's start with trying to figure out the coal briquettes, and if it turns out we need charcoal briquettes even in some things, we can look into it, but... And I said we needed like 11 of these a second. Is that what it said? Yeah, the rails... I mean, you should be able to grab the blueprint out of the say... Ooh, maybe. The blueprint book might only be in my inventory in the save file? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how... if you could see it because your player name is different than mine, but it's in the save file somewhere. Obviously. Okay, and we can prod these. So just do 12 a second. That's 10 of these machines. That's 40 coal dust a second. Bunch of creosote, some tar, some glycerol. All right, we can make this happen. What I weirdly might end up having to do is also make coal dust, but that's a different problem. Do I go up to like 12 machines and call it just about a belt? Why not? Okay, that's an easy shopping list. Probably haven't had a problem. Yeah. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I just have a coal to coal dust recipe. And if I set that up and then make it a low priority source, then like... Yeah, I'm sure there's some way to edit the save file to cheese it. Or if I can remember how to access the global blueprint book, which I never do because I never play multiplayer. I can do that, and then I can shoot you another save. Or I guess I can just export it, right? That's a thing that I can do. Export. Copy. Let me throw that in Discord. Let's see if this will fit within the message limit of, well, oh, cool. It automatically made an attachment out of it. Perfect. Let's see. This is my rail blueprints as of 2026-07-09. All right. It's in the PyHard channel on my Discord. Let me know if that doesn't work. Oh, those FTS reactors probably aren't in the allow list, are they? Because that's a weird Mark II building that I probably haven't used many of. Oh, no, they are. They are being crafted. Cool. Oh, look, more Nexelec. Meanwhile, what do we got that we can be doing? Oh, is this done? Ooh, this is... Oh, nope, not quite. 44 out of 45. What do you need to be done? Just a little bit of... few metals getting delivered, nothing crazy. Oh, those FTS reactors are going fast, too. Let me also make sure I have... dedicated coal dust production. That's, we'll set this at, like, 2 belts a second or something. Crush coal into coal dust. Can't be prodded, so we'll just use a ball mill, Mark 1. May as well throw efficiency modules in. Actually, is it better if I use the Mark IIs? Because I get double efficiency modules? It is. Down to only 6 megawatts. All right, that'll be... all we need for the coal dust. So we can do the coal dust and the coal briquettes, I guess, just next to each other. Yeah. Well, if you're going to go 1-2-1, you may as well do dead ends, right? It ends up being more compact. Oh, you can request from buffers. At least get those in faster. How long for these ball mills? Do I want to wait around for the ball mills is the question, or do I come back and do that build afterwards? I think we'll do that build later. I am just waiting on one more of these FTS reactors. For throughput's sake, you might do pass through. That is true. It is a little faster. How are the cats doing? We have done 18 of our 32. So that's only a little over an hour and a half left on getting all these guys done, assuming they don't fall over at any point. That was the last FTS reactor. All right, I think we got enough stuff that we can do at once here. So this has all of its requests done. This is everything to upgrade the Nexalit build. And then this just needs its modules. And then ball mills, we're going to wait on. We'll look at that after. Okay. Let's go upgrade Nexalit processing to 2 belts of input. And that should get us to a place where our Nexalit is manageable for the foreseeable future. And we can also do the coal briquettes. Oh, I should set up the request chest for antimony here. How many of these do we have? 10? Okay, so I need 10 more of those and 40 prod modules. Let's get that set up. Because once we have the coal briquettes, we can switch over to prodding our antimony. And of course, the ball mills got finished, but we'll come back for that after. You've been thinking it needed updates for a month or two. Yeah, I realized as I was going through working on the blue chips stuff, how many more, what are they called? Nexalit matrices I was going to need. So we're... Normally I wouldn't upgrade things this way, because it's... space is free and buildings aren't, but I don't have a lot of space to like double this physically. It's going to start running into this build. So we're just going to upgrade all the buildings in place and... let's see, automated screeners. I'm probably going to find out that I did some of these rows with extra buildings so that they were even numbers. Already, I don't think I have to expand it. I just swapped it over to workers' food. And, I'm in the process of upgrading to the tier 2 mining critters. So I think we're going to have plenty of throughput. With just the workers' food, we're already pretty much saturating a belt. So the tier 2 mining critters are... How am I going to account for the power demand? The answer is that I don't worry about it. When I'm pulling 7.5 gigawatts on beacons and 4 gigawatts on inserters, I just don't worry about anything else that's happening in my life. Upgraded these to tier 2s is... Yeah. And I've got... well, that's not really true, because there's a steam battery here, so, like, we can't run 63 gigawatts continuously. How many LFR plants is that now? A few. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I've got 12 here, and I've got 12 more that are still being crafted. So I'm going to double this up, and then I'm actually going to change my power a little bit. Because I think... Yeah, this is getting close to saturated, and I don't like that. So I'm going to readjust things. So my power is tiered. I have, yeah, I haven't gotten the double done yet. Turns out the mirrors also need Nexilate, and Nexilate has been a little bit of a problem. So they've been a little bit stalled. For those that don't know the way my power works, I've got this little geothermal plant here, and this generates the power that runs my other power plants, which includes all of these 1, 2, 3, 4 tier 1 biomass plants, 2 tier 2 biomass plants, and this guy, the LFR. I'm gonna change it so that the geothermal only runs the probably just the tier 1 biomass plants, and then the tier 1 biomass plants will run the tier 2 plant and the LFR. Because I'm getting to a point where the geothermal is gonna be a little tight to run all of my power plants. So I'm basically gonna re-tier it, and then... You know, the tier 1 biomass plants run stupid amounts of power, so we don't really need to worry about them. Probably won't ever have to worry about our sort of powering the power plants ever again. But I do this because each of these tiers are, you know, this can basically never break the geothermal. The actual geothermal mining is all done with, they have windmills and accumulators on site. So, like, geothermal can never break. And then that runs these guys, which shouldn't ever break. Although, I think I worked out all the bugs a long time ago. They've been running stably for a long time, right? And then this is also pretty reliable. But this way, if I do ever brown out, basically, because it's a hierarchy, when I brown out, I'm not also browning out the power I need to run my power plants. They're tiered. Because bootstrapping from 0 power at this point in Pyanodons would be an absolute freaking disaster if I had to do it. We don't need the power death spiral. So yeah, all of these plants, and I can probably remove some of them. We probably only need like 2 of them to run everything. We'll just power our full line of power, because most of our power at this point is coming from the LFR. 1, 2, yeah, 4 of these, and I think each of these biomass plants, for being twice the physical size, only runs 1 high-pressure steam turbine. Yeah. So we've got like 6 tier 2 turbines, soon to be 10 tier 2 turbines, and that will be plenty of power. So I'll try to reroute things to get the hierarchy going. The trick is figuring out all the places that this is pulling power into the main base. Like making sure that I properly can isolate the power out of the tier 1 plants. And then I think I break this one. Yeah, so this is the power for the power, right? Yeah. So I think it's these right here that I need to change from being hooked up to the same power grid as all of this to being on the output power. So I'd need to pull from like here. Yeah, get some new big electric poles around here, pulling from these ones, and hook them up to this point. Does the old rule of thumb still hold? That's a good question. I mean, as far as upgrading, I don't know if it's worth upgrading the tier 2, the tier 1 to the tier 2 turbines. I wasn't really planning on it. But yeah, pretty much every tier I've been able to double my power as I go. Like, these 2 plants here are... Yeah. So these... I think one of these plants was already, like, all of this. Like, all of this is about 10 gigawatts, and this is 10 gigawatts. And then each of these is a larger, stupid amount. I don't remember for sure. But yes, it's a lot of power very quickly. Yeah, because one of these is... Yeah, one of these is about 10 gigawatts. So 10, 20, 30, 40. Yeah, that says that, like, of our 60 gigawatts, almost all of it is just these plants. Which is why I know that I can convert these to being background power or backbone power. Because each of these only makes... Yeah, 500 megawatts. Anyway, let's keep going on this upgrade. Sorry, I got very distracted. What are these things? Impact crushers. Impact crushers. And then more screeners. Secondary crushers. Scrubbers. Oh, lots of scrubbers. Yeah, there's like 60 of these involved in Nexalit. And then the advanced foundries. And power plants, which will get us up to higher tiers of input power. I had this also set with better casting units, which, sure, why not? Probably doesn't matter so much with that, because most of our demand will hopefully be in the form of liquid Nexalit, but never know. Oh dear. I need 3 more of those. I didn't realize I had done, well... Yeah, so we need 3 more sand extractor tier 2s. Okay. Let's grab those here. I knew I was going to run into at least one place where I had done that with, Did I take a belt? Oh, I did. How much sand is that making in total right now? 180 a second across 4 belts is 45 a second, and our belts stack to more than 3, so that's fine. Our sand output is 15 a second from all of our... No, it ends up at more than 15 a second, doesn't it? Yes. We're going to be getting 15 a second just from this. But also, I want to be restacking this sand at this point, rather than... So let's grab a thingy. Oh, whoops. Yeah, and that way we're definitely keeping this as dense as possible. So that's all good, and now I need to figure out where in here we need red belts. So we're gonna want red belt on the input because I want this to go up to 30 a second, but I also want this to be... Let that train deliver. I want this to start stacking, so I'm gonna, or be a high throughput input. And then I guess I can decide if I want to use stack inserters or not. The output of this stage is 10 items a second. So it doesn't need to be... It doesn't need to be a red belt, it just needs to be both sides of the belt. Yeah. And then from this stage, we've got the jaw crushers. That's 20 items a second. So even trying to use both sides of the belt, this has to be upgraded. And then at 1.3 items a second input, those need to be yellow inserters. And how much output? 2.6? Yeah. Alright, and then this needs to be a red splitter. But then both sides of this are only 10 items a second each. So that's... Oh, there's where my other jaw crushers go. I knew I needed more somewhere. Okay. So then each of these is outputting... What's our output from the first round of automated screeners? It's a total of 26 items a second, but I've already got it on 3 different belts. One of them is only 6 a second, the grade 2. Oh, which is the middle one. Okay, that is slightly more convenient. The other ones do need to, like, be on both sides. Not quite. There we go. Yeah, and then the grade 2 is only 6 a second, the other two are 10 a second, so that fits on a single belt when it's double-sided. That's fine. Feeding into these impact crushers, also at 10 a second. But then what is this? Oh, this is all of them. Okay. My YAFC sheet is wrong. My YAFC sheet says that I had split this into 2 sets of impact crushers, and that's not what I did. It's, whoops. Let's see. Unpack, nested. There we go. Yeah, I did this. So yes, we're only bringing in 10 a second on one side, but the other side is 15 a second. Okay. So where these merge, right here, we have to upgrade to red belt. Except that's the wrong... Wait. Okay, yes, also that one, though. Oh! Okay, this is the Nextlet rejects processing. That's not... Maybe I did have this right. Yeah, the Nextlet rejects processing is that. This is the other Nextlet grade 3 from grade 1. Nextlet grade 3 from grade... Okay, yeah. I see what I'm doing now. So we have the Nextlet rejects processing. And then we have our additional set of these guys making 15, 15, and 9 a second. Okay. And this one I'm actually going to want to upgrade to a 16th machine. Unfortunately, which I don't have on me. Oh, apparently I do have an extra automated screener on me, and I'm not sure why, but I'll take it. Because I need to split this down the middle, effectively. So, coming out of Nextlet rejects, Nextlet grade 1, there's 25 of these, but it's 15 items a second in total. I could make this 26, so I can split it in half. And actually, I should do that. Alright, yeah, we'll put one more of these in as well. Yeah, one more of these. We'll go up to 26 of these. And that way, past 13 of them. We split that. That comes around to these guys, which also need to have an even number now. Yeah, 16. And then, just like these ones, we need to split the same 2 lanes. The issue is that now, yeah, the grade 2 in the middle lane is also... Oof. More than... So after 8... This is where previously we had done this, right? And then doing this side is fine. But I don't really know how to fix the middle lane, so I think the middle lane, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to make a red belt. Because that's too much of a retrofit if I have to, like, really refactor it. And then this has to be a red belt because we have a lot going into this step. Well, in theory, it's a total of 15, so maybe not. Maybe we just have to lane balance it. Can I squeeze a lane balancer in here, though? Not easily. All right, yeah, I'll just make it a red belt then. Why don't I just use the upgrade planner and send it? I probably could. I'm trying not to upgrade to red belts if I don't have to. So I'm kind of checking each stage to see where we're at as far as how much stuff we're making. All right, so this is a belt coming out here. 15 a second there. This is 15 a second here. So these need to be a whole 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. So then into here is a red belt, 1 red splitter, and then I think the other splitters can be yellow. So we have a total of 40, so it's 20 going... No, those also need to be red. 20 going into each of those. So we got like 30 here, but only 10 coming on this belt, so that's fine. And then that all gets split into 10 each on each of these 4 columns. And each of these returns 10 items. So does need to be... Each of these needs to be split somewhere in the middle, but they don't have to be perfectly... Uh-oh. Oh, that's fine. We just have to run that through. And then where these merge does need to be red belts. I can't get away with the yellow here. That's 20 a second here. Everything's low temperature right now. That's part of the problem. But I think yellow inserters are fine at this stage. Looking at our inputs and outputs here, we're fine on our inserters. Maybe not. Maybe I need to be doing a yellow to blue here. Yeah, I could figure out a smaller, but it's fine. It can be a red belt. I'm trying not to waste too many red belts where I don't have to, but, like, we don't have to mess around with it too badly. Okay, I do think I need to upgrade all of the yellows to blues on the inputs at this stage. So let's do that real quick. From yellow to blue. Because we need so much sand coming into all of this. And then at these stages, did I check these ones? Yeah, these are 2 in, 4 out. So these should all be yellows instead of grays. I can do that by hand. There's not that many of them. All right. Twitch is telling me it's ad break o'clock again. I'm going to go ahead and let the ad break run. I do run just 1 ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate. Take care of yourselves, stretch your legs, and when we return, we'll finish this up. We'll give it some time during the break for all these machines to heat up, and hopefully that'll give me a chance to start looking for bottlenecks. I'll see everyone soon. Welcome back, everybody. What's going on here? These are not heating up. Are we just not getting enough heat through? Okay, so these require 1900. This heats up to 2000. So 3 of these should be enough. If I come down to this end, yeah, it's all the way down at 1.3. Why are we dropping that far? Really? I mean, it should only be a couple degrees per tile, right? I wish I could see the last digit of everything's temperature to try to understand better what's happening. Are the others hooked up to... Yeah, it's all the way down. Because the previous ones were at 1,000 degrees, right? Because they were the Mark I coal power plants. What's the required temperature for the Mark I smelting units? Only 450. Ooh, okay. So these are flying much closer to their threshold temperature than the other ones were. Okay. Let's reposition these. I know I'm gonna lose all the heat, but that's just part of the game. Do I have Mark III? Do they exist? Is that a thing? Yes, but actually no. Like, I think I could get to them, but they're gated behind Machine Components 3. And they require Mech Parts 3. So no, I do not have Mark III plants. Are we gonna lose that much heat across this many tiles that I can't manage to make this work? I might have to reposition this so I can heat it from both ends or something. And actually, we do have 2 different clusters of this, because we have 2 different belts. So maybe I split this into 2 rows, and then... yeah, if we take, like, the second row... and position it like here. And this is currently our ash belt out, and we will want that to continue to be an ash belt out. Yeah, that doesn't go very far with pie buildings. Yeah, I thought it was only like 2 or 3 degrees a tile, but obviously I was having issues. I'm gonna want a 4th coal power plant, I'm pretty sure. But we'll think about that in a second. Yeah, let's add that to our requests. A 4th coal power plant. Okay. So now I just have to route through the coke to each of these. It says I only need 2, but, like, given that the temperature is right at, 1.9 out of 2,000... how many tiles is this? Ugh, see? Even this is pushing it. Okay. Nope, we're still not there. Why do I have so much crap in my inventory? Okay. How many items are in each of these? 10. All right. Let's see what I'm gonna do then. We're gonna split further. We'll do 4 rows. That's what we're doing. We're doing 4 rows. And let's just take this whole row apart. Let's take this apart. Yeah. Let me just get something down to clean out some of this stuff in my inventory. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the other half comes off like so. Each of these is going to need a power plant, which ideally would be like right here. Yeah, because then each of these gets a inserter bringing in coke, and it's going to need an outserter bringing out ash. Could I heat them from the top instead of the side? What do you mean? Like, oh, like split this belt with an underground and run a heat pipe up here so it kind of splits the difference? Yes. Makes the belt routing more annoying. Make a row of heat plants above the... I'm still not sure it's going to have the reach heat-wise, because we're right on the threshold of what's, like, reasonable to try to do. Besides, we have effectively 4 belts of input anyway here. So rather than merge it all together, we can just push up all 4. And this is the ash output here. Okay. So this wants one of these. And this wants some amount of... Yeah, only like 1 a second. Okay, we'll do this then. Well... Yeah, there's only 10 of that. Ooh, that's an option too. No, that's fine. We'll do that, and we'll have like 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. And we'll also have to have like 4 of those doing coke. I might have to pull out different numbers of belts for coke and get it, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you know what I could do, actually? Instead of having coke on a different belt... 1 second. I'm learning. What I will do is I will actually bring... I'll bring coke on the other half of this belt. So these are going to be all pairs of... 1 doing borax, 1 doing coke. And then the sand castings, I might have to move to, well... No. We can keep the sand castings where they are. We just have to make these bigger and then put splitters in them so that we get 4 lanes out of 2. Because how much total do we need? Oh, 8 a second borax. Okay. Wait, really? Yeah, I guess it's 2 a second across this whole lane. So yeah, 8 a second. But that's fine with a, 1 blue inserter. So yeah. And then the coal input is only going to be like 1 a second. So we'll do that and that. And that's our output there. Okay. Now I just have to figure out all the belt routing for all of this. Which is maybe easier said than done, but... And just gonna route through the last of these now. Perfect. Just enough space. Okay. That's fine. It's not the prettiest thing in the whole wide world, but it'll get the job done. These should be able to get their heat, hopefully, all the way down the row. And these are oversized, so they should be able to maintain that heat all the way down, is the hope. It's going to take them a while to actually heat up, though. Okay. And then we just got to get all of our... all the ash out. Which is also maybe easier said than done. Maybe we take the ash out this way. You know what? I like that plan. Cool. These are going to take a little while to get up to temp, but hopefully that will actually work now. And then I just need to get the fluid output routed for all of these up to where it needs to go. I think that's it. Once these get up to temp again, because I rebuilt everything, we lost all the heat that they had, like, buffered, unfortunately. Oh, I was wondering why I had so many casting units. I also need more sticks, so those have to be upgraded. That makes sense. These ones I already upgraded. That's good there. Input down here, I said I wanted to upgrade to a high throughput station, and finally we no longer have any trains, so we can do that part. And at 30 a second... Yeah, let's just do a stacked yellow belt instead of a red belt. That'll be easier. Where's the raw nexolite? If I cannot find... There it is, raw nexolite. Keep it filled up. There we go. Okay, in theory, this is all good. In practice, who knows? All of our inputs are fine. I think. Just checking the size of inserters versus our throughput and things like that, and all this looks fine. So we should be good to go once everything heats up. Extra pipe, and the heat pipe here. Is that the only one I missed the heat pipe on? Yes. Not that this one has its thingy thing yet, but, you know. Didn't one of these get upgraded to, like, a larger... Oh, I had an extra one of these, somehow. Okay. I have an extra scrubber, too. Whichever stage is scrubbers. Yeah, just so when I get back, because the bots will auto-place and I won't even look at it. That is absolutely the way of things. So 20 foundries. 20 foundries is right. Okay, I think just the extra scrubber and the extra casting, or the casting unit and foundry, are all from it rounding things up. Yeah, it wants me to have 3 casting units doing plate, and I'm not doing that. That's too much plate. Even with this much, I should really... And I can do it. Okay, let's do it. Let's take all of this out. Let's take all of this. And we will upgrade this as well. There we go. Because now that we have, like, 2 belts worth of... You know, each of these makes 12.5 a second, so... We want to make sure that we're able to output what this can actually generate, which is more than a belt, which means I really want a high throughput station. These are going to take a while to get up to temperature, because they need to be at, like, 1900. How long is this? 27? So if it's a couple degrees per spot, we should be just over the threshold of 1900. Although the heat pipe math can be weird, so hopefully this works. I'm gonna be really sad if this doesn't work. This should really also be a high throughput station, but I don't think I have space here to do that upgrade. As long as it's within 3 degrees per tile, it should be fine. Yeah, I think it's 2 or 3 degrees a tile. I don't think these ones have adjacency bonuses, no. Would it tell me in the tooltip? Whoops, darn it! Well, that was a bunch of heat that I just accidentally dumped. That's fine. These ones will at least stay hot. Um... Yeah, I don't think these have adjacency bonuses. All right, let's go grab those last few buildings that we need. The remaining sand thingies and the last generator, or heater, really. We'll get that done. Yeah, do the reactors show that? Yeah, probably. Let me find one of my reactors. Max consumption. This also doesn't show, although maybe they get rid of the adjacency bonus for the early breeders. But yeah, if it's supposed to show you the adjacency bonus in that tooltip, then they do not have an adjacency bonus. Output neighbor bonus is what it's called. Okay. Output, temperature, fuel. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Output neighbor bonus, 100%. Okay. Yeah. So these do not. Yep. So the answer is no, they do not have an adjacency bonus. Oh, right. I forgot I requested those tanks. Let's deal with that. Let's grab these. I want to put those tanks in place so that by the time this is done crafting, we've had time to buffer some molten salt, because it takes a while to bring those new power plants online when we're spitting out fresh salt. So I want to get a buffer up there. And I guess since I'm going to be up here, I can take the time to... Well, no, I'll wait until I have the new generators in place and online, and then I'll redo the power routing. Not that these ones contribute a lot to my power, so maybe I could get away with it. Just doing it now. But if we pop up here, I should be able to see... Yeah. We want... 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that should turn this thing on. Running as fast as it can, which is not super fast, which is why I want a big buffer here, because these hold thousands and thousands and thousands of molten salt, right? So if we come down here now, let's readjust our power grids. So what I want is I want to disconnect this, and I want to connect... Well, here, let's do this first. Let's get over to all the turbines for all of this tier of power, which is these. And I want to disconnect these from the main power grid. 0 watts, 0 watts. It is its own power grid now. Cool. Now... Is there an input cost? It's just a more complicated solar. You know, different required ingredients to craft it is really the... Like, you have a belt not turned. Okay, I will check that as well when I go up there. Alright, so that connects there. And then this disconnects. So this should be running just 3 of these. Yeah. So this is just the Mark 1 running off of this now. If I check this, we have 13 of these running, yeah. Supposedly 6 gigawatts, but sure, whatever. And that's running all of our LFRs. Prairie Wind, I assume you meant the LFRs, not LNG. I answered as if you meant the LFRs. And that's running off of... Okay, so we've now gone from 2 tiers of power to 3 tiers of power. So the geothermal runs the Mark 1 biomass, and the Mark 1 biomass runs what actually powers our base, which is the Mark 2 biomass and the LFRs. Cool. And again, that's just because with wanting to double my LFRs, we were getting close to the threshold of what the geothermal could power on its own. So we split out a few gigawatts here, and it's not a big deal because we're going to put down like 10 times what we just removed or something. Cool. That is much better. And then I should be able to see, if we don't look at all at our output, we still have 1 high pressure where? 1 normal turbine hooked up to the system? Oh, I know what that is. That's a heat exchanger. Isn't there a high pressure turbine around here somewhere coming off of this, I thought? No, never mind. Then I don't know where it is. I thought it was this old setup. What the heck are they called? High pressure steam turbine. Oh, I can't search for... I have to do it down here, don't I? I have to use factory... Search for... Entity... High pressure. There's a singular one right here. Oh, this old power plant. Okay. This has been decommissioned for so long, I forgot it was even here. This is also not useful. Doesn't matter. Okay. I don't care then. As long as something's not hooked up wrong, I'm fine. And nothing's hooked up wrong. It's just hanging around doing nothing. All right. Let's go back down to... Let's double check this, actually. Are we buffering? A little bit. Slowly but surely, yes. I probably should have done that earlier, because this is very slow, but... whatever. Because each of those is only, right now, 2 of these. And if we're going to be putting in, what? Well, 600 times 900 is 450,000. So even 4 tanks technically isn't enough. 5 would be better for the buffer size if I'm going to double this. That's a lot. 4 tanks will be sufficient. But that's also why we're doing the build out before we actually need the power, because I know that it takes a while for all the molten salt to get filled in the system. All right, back over to Nexalit. Let's go see what all is busted here. Well, we're still not up to temperature on anything, so everything is busted, is the answer. How many metal sticks do we go through? 36 a second. But they stack, so that's fine. Oh, here we go. These are starting to turn on. Awesome, 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 awesome. Is this one gonna cross the threshold? $1.89. Yes, they are warming up though, so that's what we want to see. Oh, come on. Work with me. Yeah, okay, good. They do run all the way across. Perfect. And CapEx, you said you thought I hit a belt? Ah, yep, belt not turned. There it is. All right. Is this good then? I mean, it's hard to tell if it's not really running fully yet, but sure seems like it. These are getting inputs fast enough. Yes, they are. They're clearing their output. Yes, they are. Good. These ones getting inputs fast enough and clearing their output. Yes. These ones aren't really running right now, so it's hard to judge. Getting inputs, clearing outputs. Good. Getting inputs and clearing outputs. Good. Oh, these ones are... well, they're not clearing output. That one's not clearing outputs. What's our overall sand output on all of these? 8 of these at 2 sand a second, you say? Yeah, so the sand belt just needs the same, Hey, Selfriend, welcome in. That was the bottleneck there. Those all seem to be running now. We expect, like, 2 of these to run at partial speed because it's actually, whatever, 7.5 machines, and I've got 8 so they can split the belt, so... We're going to see some lights flicker at, like, bottlenecks or whatever, but it's not really bottlenecked. It's just... it's the expected level of bottleneck. These columns are all looking good, I think. I mean, besides the fact that we're still waiting on some of this stuff to heat up correctly, which is going to take a few more megawatts. But we've got 2 of these rows already running, so that means that at the very least we're back to the capability we had before I did the big refactor of this whole thing. But everything looks good. What does this say? Rate calculator? Yeah, 15.6. But there's actually only 25 machines worth of throughput, and we have 26 machines again, so we can split the belt down the middle. So we're going to have the same thing, where a couple of the machines won't quite run full speed, and that's normal. Cool. All right, I'm happy. And then these belts being not quite full is also expected because it's 10 items a second on each of these belts, not 15. Yeah, 1.7, 1.4. Those will get up to temp soon. I'm going to call this done. We'll check in on it in a little bit, but I think we're doing pretty good. And I'm just queuing up whatever research is next. I have no real... I already have the tech done for all of my immediate goals, so we're just letting research run while I move forward with everything that needs to get done. Let's get our next stuff done, which is what? Oh, how many of the thickets do we have? Do we have enough for our upgrade yet? We do. We have them all. Okay, let's do that next. It looks like the normal Digosaurs are already capable of doing 2 belts a second, but, like, we may as well take the 100% prod boost because it'll drop our food consumption. Hard to argue with a 100% prod boost. And then we can finally do the coal briquettes, and we'll upgrade antimony to have prod modules as well. And that will help a little bit with the silver demand loop, which will also be a nice thing to have fixed. What is this? That's for part of that loop. That's for part of that. Okay, we'll grab all of those things then. Because this is the backup coal dust production from the ball mills, and then the oxygen furnaces are upgrading antimony to have prod. Okay. I'm going to hope that I have enough landfill and stuff that we can just go. Unfortunately, we have to go to, like, 2 opposite corners of the base for the things that we need to do, but that's okay. Excellent. Are we getting a full belt through? We are getting a full 30 a second through here. Okay. Woohoo! Look at him go. Do I... Do I want to swap all this over to stack inserters? I could. What we would do is we would take this belt around the outside. Because all the belts are going to have to be one further away, basically. And then let's get rid of the output inserters for everything right now and let this belt flush out. I think the input inserters too actually are going to have to get moved, so we will just get rid of all of the inserters is what I'm actually going to do. Now the inner two belts can just get wiped. Yeah, bots are not happy. Fortunately, because these stack to such a small amount, they're not too bad to hear. That should work. So now we're going to have our output belt, which has to be a red belt. And this is going to do the same thing that the other one did, where we set up the stack. Now each of these gets a stack inserter on its output, and it probably only needs one. And then they all get an input for food. Which, fortunately, the long-handed inserters can just go back one more tile. And everything's good. And now, oh, up here I need to swap all this over to stack handling as well. Otherwise, we are not going to have enough throughput at this end. Oh, and if these are stacked, this probably doesn't even have to be a red belt anymore, does it? This can be a yellow belt. All right, that was exciting. Why do I have 12 efficiency modules? What are those for? Oh, the coal dust. That's right. I decided to put efficiency modules in it for some reason. I don't know why I decided to do that, because it really doesn't matter, but I did. Alright, there's still a bunch of meat that needs to spoil here and get taken care of. That's fine. But there we go. This should, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Does anyone know, is there a way to get the game to just pick up items off the ground without deconstructing anything else? Can you do it with the decom planner? Tiles? There's an item on floor item? Okay. It's in entities. So do I just do this? Will this work? That does not work. Okay. There is an item for item on floor, though. Ground. Unsorted. Item on ground. There it is. Cool. Thank you. That is what we needed. Okay, do I have anything else that I need to be doing around here? I don't think so. These guys are more than capable of keeping up with our actual demand, which is only like 30 a second. I don't know what they can make. Probably close to 60 a second, because it seemed like the other ones could do 30. So. Cool. Next, we move on to Colbriquettes and then antimony. Pino, all the time. Every day I'm suffering. Oh, I should, on my way past. How are we doing? Everything's running? Everything's running here. We're not getting... Okay, is something broken? Oh, water. Ha! Of course water. What else would it be? Yeah, how much water does Nextlit Plate use now? 5 pumps worth. My water broke. Yeah, I have something to announce to my chat. And maybe one, like, right here. Will it let me do that? Nah, it doesn't like it. What about right here? That one's fine. Okay, there we go. That should solve our water problems. It's always something. Yeah, immediately everything's running better. Beautiful. All right, I'm glad I checked. How are we doing here? I mean, we're not really buffering yet. Should set that to a big number. I should set this to a big number as well. What about this one? What's this one set to? Ooh, yeah. All of these need to allow more trains. It's going to take a little bit for Nextlit Plate to catch up to all the places that demand it, because it's been underproducing for a while. But our actual demand for Nextlit Plate right now is only like a third or a quarter of what we're making now. The upgrade is a big upgrade. So we should be okay. And it'll be good for it to have some time for all of those buffers to refill before we go and add a bunch more stuff that's gonna depend on Nexalit. Not standing, always standing on the track. The quick start mod that I started with gave me like full power armor, so I automatically fly whenever a train is trying to kill me. Where do I want to do this? You know what? Let's go right over here. So I do want to keep potentially this spot here to keep building east. So I'm going to put that down, but we're not actually building the new builds here. We're going to build the new builds one further south. Although that lake is right there. Maybe two further south. So that would be here. I should really put these on a grid. You know what? Can I do that? Let's try this. If we open this, and I say we want absolute grid, we save it. Okay. My concern is that, yeah, you can see how these are like off. Yeah, now I just need to adjust the absolute a little bit. And the relative, in fact, so that they tile right, but that's fine. Because I think these need to be off by, like... Ooh, so here's the problem. The problem is that I have the power poles that need to overlap. But and they would need to overlap centered, but they're not splitting a two-piece of track. Does that make sense? Although maybe I can do this by making the grid size... And, sorry, that's -8 still. No. -6? Yes. -2? No. +2. So if we do that, now we're centered? No, but the overlap's not right still. Yeah, I think because of how my power poles are aligned with the tracks and how I want that to be my overlap point, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make this work. Because, like, even without fixing the absolute here, if I go to this, like, these won't do the right thing. You can see that they don't tile correctly because the power poles don't overlap right. But if I go back to what I had before, which is the 90 by 90 grid, which is what I want, I can't... I don't think I can offset this by 1. Oh, maybe I can. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. Will it work with this? 1 and -7? Will it accept this? Oh, but then I need this to be an odd coordinate, so I just say 1, 1. Okay, okay, maybe this will work. Maybe this will work. Yeah, except I need to adjust my absolutes a little more. Okay, Twitch is telling me it's at break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water while the ad runs. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, stretch your legs. And when we return, I am going to keep fixing this because I should have done this a long time ago so that I have the absolute positioning. And then we'll work on the build that I want to be working on. I'll see everyone soon. All right, I'm back. Sorry about the long break. My roommate grabbed me when I was in the kitchen to ask about dinner. All right, so I just have to adjust the absolutes on all of this. So 3 there? I don't know if it needs 1 more or 1 less. I don't know what's positive and what's negative. It needed to be negative. So this should be a -1. And that is now aligned. Good. And then the other axis is off by, like, what? I don't know, at least 20. Let's start with 20. That was close. Another 12, I think. Hey, look at that. Everything lines up. All the power poles line up in every orientation. That's what matters. So that's our global grid. Now I just have to do that with all of the other rails. So your absolute y is minus 39. No. Well, yes, it still has to be an odd number. Can't tell if this needs to be minus 39 or minus 41. I guess the way I know is when I grab it, yeah, see how it moves when I rotate it? That means that it is in the wrong direction, or it's not centered. So whatever I did, it's the opposite. So minus 39? Yeah, now it stays. So that's centered in the box. So now I just have to get all of our absolute coordinates done. Was that up to 3 in that direction? Nope, wrong one again. I don't actually know what the global grid, like positive versus negative is part of my problem here. But are these the same? Is that just 33? Does that work? Hey, and that works again. Tiles, yes. Rotates, tiles, rotates, tiles. Are those all the same numbers, by the way? 1 minus 39, 33 minus 1. 1, no. But this is. The absolute is the same. The relative... The grid position needs to be different based on, I guess, each blueprint. Finally snapping, yes. But I think the absolute is the same. So the absolute is 33 minus 1. Whoops. This one. Absolute is 33 minus 1. And then these are probably 39, 39. That looks good to me. And that just leaves this. Which is, again, 33 minus 1. And then is it 1, 1? Snapping looks good. Rotation looks good. Okay, we're snapped. We're done. Done it. Done it. The other thing that I need to do, maybe now is the time to do it while I'm playing around with blueprints, is... I don't know if this will work with the absolute snapping. It should, as long as I set the 0 point right. But I wanna... What I've been doing for all of my stations is, like, I just drop down a bunch of straights, and then I add the little stations to them. But I could have modules that are, like... This is 1, this is 2, this... Or 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, blah, 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 right? Just all the way up. That way the spacing is consistent and things like that. But maybe that's a project for another time. I think we're only going to need like 4 stations here, so... And then this one, to go to the right, if we want to avoid that lake, it's really going to do like this. And then that. Yeah. Cool. I just want to make sure that I leave enough space for the tracks up here that I didn't accidentally build into where that stuff needs to go. And it looks like I have plenty of space. That's what I'm looking for. That is so annoying that I can't paste this. As soon as I'm over the tracks holding the elevated rail, it switches to like extend your tracks mode. So it's very hard to judge where you need to position this, but I think it's here. And that would be too short of a block. Guess we'll just split it there. That's fine. There's a couple longish blocks, but whatever. So, down here, let's do the coal dust first on this side, and then we'll, high throughput. I got the snap working. Yeah, I figured it out. Why not a high throughput? It doesn't strictly need to be a high throughput drop-off station for this. It's exactly one belt of coal in. But step further and snap the stations. Yeah, I was... what I actually want to do with the stations is stop just dropping straight modules and then stations onto them and start... start making... What am I trying to say? Making modules that are like 2 stations, 4 stations, 6 stations, 8 stations, etc. that are on the right snap grid that I can just snap them in place. That is the eventual goal. But I'm not doing it right now. So, full thing of coal in. Those should be like that. Will be accomplished before PV, surely. You know, probably. At some point, I'll get sick of enough of the of building stations to make it a little bit more efficient. Before PV sounds reasonable. What do we got? We have 6 ball mills. Okay. So just drop this here. Ball mill with making coal dust. Yep. How do I do this? There's the button I wanted. Sorry. It's been a while since I had to ban a spammer. That took me a second to remember where the ban button was. Let's see. 2.5 items in, 5 items out. All right. We can do just like that. That's fine. And let's see, 30 items. Do I want to do 2 belts? Or do I just want to do a red belt? I'll just do a red belt. And that'll be a high throughput pickup, for sure, a high throughput pickup. Okay, so that's the coal dust, and this needs to be flagged as low priority because we want to use basically any and all other coal dust that we make before this, whatever other source it's coming out of. Cool. And then on this side, let's work on the briquettes. So we're going to have another high throughput drop off. Your last month of Prime. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I also appreciate you canceling Prime. That's a good plan. As much as I enjoy people's Prime subscriptions. As a queer person on the internet, I encourage people not to support Amazon. I'm gonna make these. Let's just do this. There we go. That should work. Are both of these fuel trains? No, you're not a fuel train. What's wrong? What? Oh! I'm an idiot. Did I really not handle that at all? Oh, well, no, I have an output belt for it. What's going on? Well, that. But also, I think I just never handled if decay happens in the warehouse. So I gotta pull that out onto the output belt, and it'll get filtered out down to here. Okay. That is an easy fix. I will go do that. Once we're done, do I want to finish this build first, or do I just want to go fix that? It's not that far away. Let's just go fix it, and then we'll come back with the, We'll come back and finish the coal briquettes after we fix Bodo's. Because this is a quick fix. So these just need to be rich clay out of here. And then that can just sideload onto this belt, because this half of this belt will never be used for Bodo's output. And that's pretty much it. And I should probably also gate manure requests the same way that I gate other, like, decayable things in inputs. That seems worthwhile. Yeah, let's do that. Not that manure is, like, super expensive, but... Let's see. Biomass and ash come from... Oh, all the way down here. Right, because this was kind of retrofitted in. So, if we remove the request for manure from here, and then grab a decider, red in, green out onto there. So we're going to say if Bodos is less than 5k, and ash is greater than 0, and biomass is greater than 0, and this is greater than 0, and this is greater than 0, and this is greater than 0, then we can add the request for manure at 3k. Right? Manure stacks to 100, manure stacks to 100. There's 5 inputs plus the Bodo's output. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus this, plus the manure, plus the spores, but those are on site. So yes. I believe that is it. So we should stop requesting manure now that this is backed up. We're still going to have an entire, like... This entire load might spoil that's already here, but at least we won't be spoiling anymore. And the other stuck train is just a fuel train. Fine. At some point, I'm going to get sick of seeing those stuck train alerts, and I'm going to go through it. I'm going to find all of my fuel stations, and I'm going to replace them with normal fluid requesters on the, whatever it is, the fuel oil that I switched, that I'm slowly migrating to, or that I'm doing all the new builds on. All right, request all the coal dust in the universe. And that will be fed into... How much are we pulling in to make coal briquettes? We're pulling in 48 a second, which is more than a... Yeah, more than red belt, so it's got to be a stacked yellow belt. Yeah. Well, what if I want to do more like... Yeah, let's do that. FTS reactor, making briquettes. We have a bunch of fluid inputs. That's fine. We'll get those routed. And then we'll do our output. These are going to get prodded. So let's do that first. It's still 4 items a second in, which is fine with just one of those and an output. How many of these do I have? 12 in total? All right. 3, 6, 12. Yay. Now, we're going to have a fluid drop-off, which this is going to want to go too far. Yeah, that's fine. Parameter 0 is, what are our fluids? Creosote, tar, and glycerol. All right, there's our 3 fluids. That's fine. It fits. And I gotta route all those somehow up here. I'll think about that in a minute. Our output is only 14.5 a second, but as soon as I upgrade that, that's going to be more than one belt. So we're just going to do a high throughput. Whoops, that's drop off. We're just going to do a high throughput pickup to begin with. And avoid any weirdness there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So after this one, well, let's do it like here. Yeah. Do it at the split between them. All right. So I think now I just have to get the fluids. So the question is, how do I want to route from these out? Do I want to go, like, up here? Maybe that's what I do. So we can kind of do, like, a here to... I don't know, like here, here kind of deal. And then do the same thing here with this one. And then do the same thing here. Whoops. Here. Except none of those are the right fluids. That's fine. I just have to actually position each of these to their appropriate. So this one needs to go here. This one needs to go here. And then this one goes here. I added the requests in the order that Yafsi shows them, which is in amount of, like, consumption amount, rather than the order that they would be as ingredients in the recipe. So, audio is cutting out really weirdly. Uh-oh. Seems fine on your end? All right. Good to know. Yeah, I don't see... Usually when I have had audio issues, I can see, like, USB problems in my log, and I don't see anything in the system log about USB. D-message looks fine. Alright. Well, keep me informed. If you're having issues, maybe try a refresh. Sometimes that helps with Twitch things. Alright, lots of trains on the way here. Hopefully at least one of these has glycerol in them. I see one that looks like it should. Yeah, it's coming from there. It's a long trip from where glycerol is made over to here. Did I place this? I placed one of these, didn't I? Refresh cleared it up. Yeah, that's just Twitch then. That's... Oh, I did place one. I just didn't connect it. Hey, there we go. That is looking good. So these are going to take not all that long to buffer up because we're making a whole belt's worth of them. Let's head over to antimony next. And we will get antimony set up to use prod instead of efficiency modules. Using our fancy new... Who's a what's-its? Coal briquettes. So that's going to be up at this end. Yeah, I can bring in another. That's fine. What I need to do first is... Well, actually... Is this coke used for anything other than this? Sure doesn't look like it, does it? In that case, we just get rid of this coke request. And we swap it over to request briquettes. And we swap these over to briquettes. And up here, we drop this thing. And that'll flush out the charcoal. I just take these and drop them. Does it do the right thing? It doesn't. Can I do that with an upgrade planner? It's not strictly speaking an upgrade, but... Sure seems like it. All these guys are sitting on a lot of ash, which is interesting, but... .2.0 features coming in clutch again, always. And then this whole thing gets doubled again because we're prodding. Which I think means that that goes there. What's our total output from these? If I look in here, 22.9 plus 10.8 is 33.7 items a second. Okay. So I'm gonna need to change this a little bit. Because we can fit all the antimony on one red belt, and we can fit all the ash on one red belt, but we can't fit them both on one red belt. So, we won't do that. We'll figure out a better way. How do I want to do this? That's a lot of things to delete. Oh, I also... Did that in the wrong place. We have 20 of these now. Okay, no, that isn't the right place. Oh, I copied and pasted it. That's why. So all of these will be just antimony out on this side. Oh, no! Don't do that. Really? I have to do these by hand? There's some things that do and don't, like, paste across different... Oh, maybe it's the stack inserters that don't behave like normal inserters, because they're funky. Alright, and this side will be ash. And then here, we don't need to split anymore. And instead, we just come through like that. Now I just have to put down the other 19 ash outserters. How much ash are we outputting in total? 10.8. So this does also need to be a double-sided belt, just not a double-sided red belt. Okay. Cool. That is a lot of coke, which is fine. It'll get dumped into the mall and then used when we make more mirrors. All right. That's looking like it's working. How many briquettes are we using a second? 10.8? This is a red belt, right? Yeah. 4 inserters should be more than enough. Yeah, I think we're good. So this uses like 11, and the production is like 14. So we have a few extras. We have time for trains to move around and do stuff. Yeah, I think we're good. We maybe want to buffer this a little bigger. And we can afford to do that because we have the big deposit here. So we have some extra slots. I think this was previously requesting 60 coke. Yeah, they're going through that fast right now. Only because they were disabled for a little bit, and this has to rebuffer. Our demand isn't that high that this is going to run full tilt all the time. So I think it'll have time for... There will be time for the briquettes to catch up, etc. All right, that's a nice something done. Coal dust is done. Digosaurs are done. That's everything above the fold on the to-do list, which is a delight. What do I currently have stuff for at the mall? Nothing. We have this that is almost actually ready to go, so we could go hook that up. How much? We do not have enough salt to run it, but that's a different problem. We could definitely get it hooked up. Upgrade salt. What is salt? Salt is currently running An entire basic oxygen furnace with speed modules. We don't need the salt consistently. I just didn't put this buffer in place early enough. The next time we do an upgrade, this buffer will be full by the time we need to do the upgrade. I just should have been buffering for many, many hours that I was not buffering. But that's fine. It'll run with less salt in the system. It just won't be able to make full power, right? And we don't need the power immediately anyway. So we can get it hooked up. But I should pop into YAFC for a little bit, because the bots have to deal with everything that's going on with my... What are these efficiency modules for? Oh, those are the ones that I took out of Antimony. Yeah. That's fine. While the bots deal with my inventory, we can pop into YAFC and start planning for the next thing we want to build, and then we can probably go do the power upgrade just so it's done. And what is my game time for this save file? That's a good question. 777 hours, 19 minutes, and 5 seconds. And this is... I don't even know. I'd have to check YouTube to figure out what session this is. But, like, we're real close to 160. I did 150 a couple weeks ago. This is apparently session 158 at 777 hours. All right, while the bots are doing what the bots do and getting me restocked, let's pop into the spreadsheets. Coal dust is done. Coal briquettes are done. Antimony oxide's done. Nexolite plate is done. So Nexolite Matrix, this is an upgrade of an existing build, so we can look into this. Special small parts is a new build, but I don't think I have all the inputs ready to go yet. We still need carbon fiber, we still need Nenbit matrices, we still need glass fibers, we need to upgrade aerogel, all this is stuff that needs to happen. And then, I mean, then we just keep on pushing through our list of dependencies here, figure out what we need to craft where, etc. for Mech Parts 3 and for high-tech circuit boards. High-tech circuit boards first. Circuit boards first. And then mechanical parts shortly after. But, like, as we start to look at this, yeah, am I making the tin rare earth alloy yet? Probably not. Biofilm am I making enough biofilm? We only need a little bit more. Molecular assembler, yeah, we don't get Mark IIs of those until later, so that's only one level of prod. Same here, unfortunately. Yeah, the Nenbit matrix, here we go. That's a big build. We probably need to upgrade nanocrystalline cellulose. How much do we need here? 3? Let's check on nanocrystalline cellulose. How's that for a question? Because that's used in science too a little bit, right? Yeah, 0.02, not a lot. 1 1/4 here. And then 3 here. So it's basically 4 1/4. And we're currently making 1.38 out of 11.5 nano. Jeez. All right. This is going to have to become a really big build, is what I'm seeing. Because this needs to be like 4 times bigger. That's going to be over here somewhere, right? Yeah. Yeah. And currently we have enough. More than enough. But as soon as we try to do whatever part of circuits it is that uses that. Oh, it's the Nenbit matrices. Yeah. That's also why we need to upgrade the Nexalit matrices to so many material factories. We also need the Nenbit matrix, I think, in here. I should actually be able to see that. Yeah, it's an output. We need it for mech parts. So that's annoying. That's a lot of nanocrystalline cellulose. So is this 1.375, or is it actually 1.38 exactly? It's not quite 1.3. It is exactly 1.38. Interesting. Well, not quite exactly. There we go. That's our number. 4.1, not exactly 4.15 probably, because we've got layers of prod here. But I should actually be able to figure out what the number is. So each cellulose is made in 5 seconds. Well, 2 of them in 5 seconds. So 2.5. Sorry. 0.4 per second times 1.2 times 72 is... yeah, 34.56 a second. And then this is 10 to 1, so we divide by 10. And then we have another layer of prod, which is 1.2. 4.147 is the number, exactly. So that is what we're making. And I'm going to say 4.146, so that it's definitely rounding down, because I've seen the shopping list occasionally. Yeah, 72 of those, 24 of those. That's what I want to see. I've occasionally seen the shopping lists add extra buildings from rounding issues, so dropping an extra, 1 milli product per second helps make sure that everything kind of stays under the rounding threshold. Part of the issue now is going to be geothermal water, right? Because we only make, I don't know how many geothermal plants we have hooked up, but it's not a lot. How many did we manage to find and get connected to this? We have this one. Is this the only one? No, we have 2. There's another one somewhere. Yeah, this one. So we have 2. And we need 3.5 now. So that means that I do need to find 2 more geothermal plants. Or 2 more geothermal fissures and try to get them hooked up to this setup. If I want to triple it in place. Which I do kind of want to do. Because, like, this whole thing is practically a module that you can just, like, yoink. Some of the belt routing at the end's a little funky, but, like, by and large, this is possible. But we're also dealing with now huge amounts of logs in. Oof. Oof. That's a lot of log. That's a lot of sodium hydroxide. Is there a better recipe for this stuff? Nope. Is there a better recipe for cellulose? Oh, I'm still using, like, cellulose stage 1, aren't I? What if we use the raw fiber cellulose recipe? It uses a lot less sodium hydroxide. But, like, what is the best way to get raw fiber is now the question. How many kickalcs does that look like? 10 a second. How many kickalks are we currently making? Like 4 a second. Okay. That's a lot of kickalks. Yeah, even if I were to put... I mean, I could even go up to the Mark III modules. That gets us down to 14. That's a lot of stuff to feed them. Go big or go home. Yeah. So that might need to be our next project then. If we're going to get enough fiber to switch nanocrystal and cellulose over to... over to kickalks, then we need to get the kickalk modules up and going. And that's going to take a while for those to breed up to tier 3. So that is a project. Do I have the tech done already? Check my kickalk recipe. Do I have a better one? Oh, we have 4. Yeah. Yeah, we want kickalk 4. Okay, that's better. Can we get away with Mark IIs? Oh, even Mark Is. Okay. We can almost get away with keeping this centralized then. If we upgrade kickalks themselves to... because we have 24 kickalk plantations. There we go. Yeah, we could get this up to outputting like 30 kickalks a second if I make the new modules and upgrade the recipe. What's the difference from 3 to 4? Everything is the same, just flue gas instead of CO2. Okay. So yeah, I think this is what we want to do. See, that's doing that thing where it rounds again. There we go. Now it says 24. Yeah, this is totally doable then. But we do still want to get the modules upgraded. Because we're not going to be able to do this as an in-place upgrade without getting the modules going. So let's do that. Let's make a new... Kickalk Mark III. Where are they hiding? Kickalk Mark IIIs. There we go. So... I mean, it's going to be grow Kickalk Mark IIIs in the grand scheme of things. But... for that to work, we need kickalk seeds, which come from the breeding program, right? And then we can also use this recipe. And then same deal, we need to do the Mark IIs. Yeah, I know you're not happy right now. The Mark II seeds, which also come from Mark IIs. And the initial Mark II seeds come from the breeding program. All right. And then we're not actually going to build 8 of these. We're going to build like 1 of these. Maybe 2. But It's interesting that it's like, don't even bother looping the Mark IIs, just use the breeding recipe. Which maybe is the case. Maybe that's better. No. We definitely need more kick-outs. Huh. Why is this? So this says that this makes 333 micro kick-out 2s a second. I think it's doing a bad job with some rounding, because, like, it thinks this is acceptable once I have this recipe in, even though it shows all zeros. And I think it's not all zeros. I think it's in the realm of, you know, again, micro kickouts a second. At steady state. Well, no, see, now it's fine with it. But if I get rid of this, it's not happy? Do I have to allow overproduction? Okay, yes. If I allow overproduction of the yellows, it gets happy. Or of the base ones, it gets happy. Okay. Oh, because this loops a bunch of Mark IIs as part of the Gen 3 growth. Okay, got it now. Now I understand. So the phase 1 breeding. Yeah, they just loop a bunch of different kick-outs around the loop. That's fine. We're probably going to end up having to deal with, like, having a pile of kick-out Mark IIs or Mark II seeds or something somewhere. Definitely the Mark II seeds we just don't need. Well, no, we need a few of them for the phase 3 breeding. It's interesting that it doesn't show seed overproduction. Oh, now it does. It's like, I can't solve this. Why not? Do we need to add seed processing? No. Because as soon as I set allow overproduction, it's like, no, I don't want to run this machine anymore. Oh, because with one of these machines in place, we can't make enough kick-out Mark IIs for one recipe, right? If I clear the fixed building count here and set fixed building count here, it's like, yeah, we need 700 of these. Now if I go and put the grow, is it going to be... We allow overproduction of those. We probably need to allow overproduction of kick-out seeds. And of, what? The Mark II seeds. Those were already set. Mark III seeds? I don't know what you need me to allow overproduction on. Alright. Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. I am going to step away and get some water during the ad break. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves, and then I'm going to try to figure out what I need to do to make this thing resolve itself, because it's being weird. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Thanks for sticking around through the break. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. Vanilla Off Cafe, thank you so much for the follow. All right, why is this mad at me? This is what I want to know. So you need your seeds. Let's link all the seeds. That's fine. Can we also link the kick-out outputs, but then allow overproduction? Yes. Maybe that's the one that I was missing allow overproduction on, was the kick-out Mark IIIs. Link the Mark II seeds, allow overproduction, and it's immediately unhappy. Interesting. Is it because I need more seeds in? Oh, do I need this recipe? Here we go. Now the kick-out seeds are linked. Now I can link the Mark IIs. Now I can link the Mark I's and the seeds and seeds. We don't need extra seeds. We actually make more seeds than we need. Yes. Okay. So this nets us a little bit of kick-out seeds just as a part of its process. That's the only thing that's extra. It does say we need... Oh, well, those don't have the same module tier. All right. It does say we need like 7 of these doing grow kick-out 2s. I don't know if I'm actually going to do that. That feels like a lot. So we might be limited by kick-out. By kick-out 2s. So if I clear that fixed building, and if we set a big fixed building count here of like 2. Interesting that it now says we can run 8 of these. But I think this is just looping a bunch of its own seeds. So this is kind of not. It doesn't work with 1. Can I make this like 0.1? Doesn't like it. Because this is ending up like linking something that I don't mind there being extra of. I'm just not sure. Is it the Mark IIs that need overproduction allowed? Really, I should just allow overproduction for everything. And then it should eventually be able to solve with me saying, like, only one of these. Really doesn't want to, does it? Why? Okay, you'll solve with 8. You won't solve with 7. And I don't understand why. You're allowed. You're allowed. You're allowed. You're allowed. If I clear this fixed, it says, oh, I want 2 of those. I set this to 1. Interestingly, it ends up with more of these. Oh, because we're looping fewer. So it's trying to feed more seeds from here instead of getting them out of this process. Is that the issue? So like if we do 2 of these, yeah, we only need 6. 3 of these. 4 of these. Okay, so like 4 there and 5 there is a lot. But it's interesting that it seems to really want them ratioed, which probably has something to do with one of the flavors of KitKalc getting balanced. It can't always solve if you have too many things that are set to allow overproduction. So that might be the issue here. And then we do need a small number of Mark I KitKalcs, which we can just do, right? We can throw those in. Yeah, that's just one machine. Okay. Obviously, this is all going to start out with only KitKalc Mark Is as the modules, because I don't have better ones. But, well, here, what if we clear these? I set this one to 1. And I set this one to 1. And we link these without allow overproduction. We do want to allow overproduction of these. That's the only one we want to allow overproduction of. Okay, here we go. This is the build I'm looking for, I think. We're making 0.13 a second. We only have like 1 of every building in the process. That's what we need. What if we get rid of the Grow KitKalc Mark IIs? Then that's actually better? Cool. I'll take that. Because, yeah, when I add the Grow KitKalc Mark II, when I force this to be 1, we end up using more of our inputs down here to make the same amount of, like, all of these input numbers should get smaller when I delete this. Yes. Cool. So there's a few more things that we need to do on site. I always do clay mining on site. Steam on site. Throw the efficiency modules in, because why not? Water's on site. I think everything else is kind of normal stuff that we normally bring in. Mutant enzymes. That's a lot of mutant enzymes. I don't know if this is going to be able to run full speed. That's a lot of mutant enzymes. But also remember that we're starting with this. Which is, yes, a much smaller amount of everything, but also a much smaller amount of mutant enzymes. Is there anything else that would be made on site with this? I don't think so. Alrighty. Shopping list. Will this fit in a chest? Yes. Is this done? This is done. All right. While we're waiting for... While we're waiting for this... Apparently I had a bunch of kickouts in storage. Interesting. While we're waiting for this, we can go ahead and get the power upgrade done. Really? This has that many pressure pumps? Apparently, yes. All right. And do I have enough, sorry, of these tanks? Yeah, because we only need 4 of those. Yeah, I think we're good. And then, while I am out and about, Vanilla of Cafe, I will get your name on the Wall of Fame. I appreciate the follow. And I apologize for my atrocious pronunciation. I don't need that anymore. So we want, like, that part. And it needs to be lined up, like, here. Can I zoom out any further? I really can't. Okay. I think that's where I want it. I want a gap between these two things so that their pipes don't actually connect, and I do have that gap. So I think we're good. Whoa, that's a lot of stuck trains. Whoa, that's a lot of stuck trains. What happened? What did I do? Oh no! I see what I did. I never hooked... Whoops. I never hooked a Nexlet up to... there when I added it. So we got an extra Nexlet. And now we've got these guys that are trying to... deliver even more Nexlet. All right, well, bots, why aren't we placing things? Am I out of landfill? Ugh. And somehow pipe too. Oh yeah, this uses huge numbers of pipes. I didn't even think about that. So yes, we're gonna have to go get more landfill, get more pipes. The mall is broken anyway, so we gotta deal with that. And I'm just gonna place everything that will place for now. But I don't think it matters, because I don't think we have enough connectivity of all the pieces to get... Cool. So that'll be power out. And then on this end, we got to hook up the power in, which is why we readjusted the power grid. So that's this. That'll be the power in. And then same deal, we have to have an input for the molten salt. All right, so I need a few hundred pipes and some underground and some landfill. We got like 80,000 salt, which is a start, but not a full amount. Here, let's grab some stuff by hand. Niobium pipes up here? Yes, those are not cast. Those are made in machines. And landfill is in an input chest somewhere. Let's see. I can see where the bots are coming from with it. There we go. That's not what I need. All right. Hopefully that's enough. All right, almost there with this. And then again, like I mentioned earlier, we don't have enough molten salt because I didn't start the buffer early enough. So it's gonna... We're pretty quickly gonna drain what we have available. And these are not quite gonna be at full capacity immediately. But they'll fill up eventually. And this will give us plenty of power for quite a while. We're not really to the point where we needed to double our power. So just getting it done now is good. Because, yeah, if we check our main... that's not connected to anything. If we check our main grid... Yeah, 30 gigawatts out of, well, what it thinks is 57. But I think that's also because it doesn't... Some of these probably don't think that they can make power yet. Yeah. No input fluid. So I think they're discounted. Yeah, when this is all the way up and running, this should say that we can make like 90 gigawatts once these start to get steam. There we go. Water input. Yes. How much water do these need? 2 pumps worth on each. 1 pump into each quadrant. Okay. Yes. Let's get that fixed up. Because, of course, the water inputs don't copy and paste. They're different everywhere. Okay. And then again over here. Oh, these ones actually did. Because they were on a big lake, so they just dropped in place with landfill. Beautiful. Oh, and these are going to start to make steam, which means these are going to start to turn on, which means the system should now say, there we go, 95 gigawatts. But some of them aren't going to have power consistently because we're not making enough steam yet. But still, 95 gigawatts is hopefully enough. Once these can get up to, yeah, these two are each about halfway full. And then there's not going to be anything in the other sort of modules. These are split into two, is it? No, it's more than that. I don't remember how many modules I split these into. Oh, each one of these gets its own. Okay, so there's 400 there out of just about 900. But then all the other 5 modules are empty. Okay. So yeah, we only had about, what, half of... about a sixth of what we needed was what this is looking like. Just based on what I'm seeing here. If we call these half full, so they combine into one. No, a 12th of what we needed. Jeez. Okay. Let's head back to the mall. No. Let's go get my new follower's name on the Wall of Fame before I forget. Otherwise, I will forget. And then we can go to the mall. Where am I? Let's see, is that here? Yes, it is. Thank you again for the follow. I'm not going to say your name wrong again, but I do appreciate the follow. As always, if anyone thinks their name should be on the Wall of Fame, but it isn't there, let me know. I'm happy to fix it. You followed when I was offline or playing a different game, or if I just missed a notification, I am happy to... always happy to fix that. So at the mall, I think I'm just going to have to do the old extra tank thing to get enough storage capacity for all the molten exolite that got delivered, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate to have that much of a expensive resource sitting around unused. It's not that expensive anymore, I guess, but still. Alright, we're going to start like this, and like that. And... like that. And then hopefully, we have not gotten another Nextlet train dispatched by overly draining this. How much extra do we have? A lot of extra. Pretty much 2 full trains of extra. So we're never going to run out of Nextlet plate at the mall, is, I think, what we've achieved here. Which is maybe helpful? But... okay. Good. What do we got? Oh, this is the Kick Elk breeder. Yeah, so we got everything except for our Moondrop Mark IIs. which Moondrop Mark IIs happen up here at Moondrops. Yes, and we have plenty of those. Yeah, let's get this this going. This is going to be a pretty quick build, I think. Just getting each of the stages of the kick elk breeder going. So we're gonna grab our Moondrops, and then I'll set this up where I've been doing other module breeders near the mall. So that is convenient. How many modules here do I need? 32. Oh, well, oh no. There we go. 32. What was that? STAP stage 4. Ooh, we can upgrade our SAP modules. Oh, we don't have the kick elk recipe. Whoops, I just realized it's sitting here in my research queue. So that needs to run through. I can get the build done though, even if we don't have all the recipes in place yet. How long does it think this is going to take? 45 minutes? All right. Yeah, we might have to get the build done without the recipes in it, and then redo it. Unfortunately. Yeah, this should be a fine spot. Copper? Copper. So as far as inputs to this, we've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 ingredients. Some of which are just used for the basic kick calcs, and then other stuff is used for the like breeding programs. Lamps are used at every stage. Okay. I think this is 2 input stations. I think this is one that has these 5 things in it, and then one that has the sort of more advanced stuff. And then we'll kind of go through from there. And then we have a fluid input for the flue gas. Yeah, okay. So, solid drop-off station. This is gonna be the big one. So we will put a deposit in, and we will make sure that we remember to connect the wire. So this needs sand. This needs biomass. This needs ash. Ooh, it has ash coming in. Okay, so this has to actually be a... Sorry, high throughput station. Even though we're not using a lot of these ingredients, because ash stacks to 1,000, trains get stuck if you're not unloading them quickly. Like, yes, this is probably going to get 1 delivery of ash, and it's going to last it for the rest of the game, but... And what's the last thing? Lamp. Which I love. Deposit versus... Oh, yeah, right, because I deleted it and didn't... Thank you. I would have caught that eventually. when it broke. You actually can fit all of the unload of the first delivery of trains into a warehouse. It's just when they go to refill while leaving a buffer in there is when you run into not quite enough space. We will do a fluid drop-off here for the flue gas. And we will get another solid drop-off here. And this one is going to have all of the other stuff. So, great alien samples. Microsyn. Which hopefully we have a bunch. Ooh, let's find out. Okay, yeah, we do have enough for another delivery. What else? Retrovirus and mutant enzymes. I'm worried we won't have enough mutant enzymes for this to get a delivery right away, but... Wait, is mutant enzymes a fluid? I always forget that mutant enzymes is a fluid. Okay, in that case, we can change this. I'm gonna set this to 0. And has this already dispatched a train? It has. Okay. We're gonna move quickly here. And turn this back into a multi-station. I forgot that mutant enzymes is a fluid. And honestly, I think I can be forgiven for that. Because look at this icon that looks nothing like any other fluid in the game. Right. I always forget. Setting the train limit to 0 doesn't really work. They'll get here and they'll stop. Oh, it's because they have that one... Yeah, I know what it is. Because they'll get to the virtual station. But then they don't advance to the real station because the train limit is 0. Really, I'm just trying to control CyberSyn, so what I should do is turn off the requests. Because I realized that I'm not putting mutant enzymes in here, I can move one of the things from this down into this, and then swap this back to a normal warehouse. I just have to decide what that thing is going to be, and I think it's going to be lamps, because lamps are here, and I can move them down here, and then just add that to the request. Okay. This does still need to be a high throughput station, though, because... Ash. One of the stacks has lamps stuck in hand. They shouldn't. Oh, this one. It's biomass, actually. I should probably tie these ones to do... Oh, and this. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I never figured that out, did I? Can this read... It can read train contents. Okay, so that's probably what I need to do. I need to read the train contents here and use that to set the filters on all of these guys. What inserters are these? They are, they're just stack inserters. Pi makes them 2x1 instead of 1x1. It's a Pyanodon's change. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Rado Rules. That is one of the problems with stacks. It is one of the many problems with stacks, but yes. What didn't we get a delivery of yet? Sand? Sand. Whatever. I should be able to swap this back now. Yeah, obviously I had fixed it on this part. I have all these set to check the belt in front of them. Still on yellow inserters. Yeah. That's tough to get the throughput you need. Although I think 6 yellow inserters is half a belt without any hand size upgrades, or pretty close to half a belt. All right, so if I do this, I set all these guys to set their filter. There we go. And then I set this to read train contents. That should do the right thing. We'll find out the next time we get a train, which will happen hopefully soon. We'll get a sand train. If we don't, I'm going to be sad, because that means something is screwy with sand, and that means I have to go fix sand, which I'm not excited about. What are we missing here? Retrovirus? Retrovirus. Which is also not on the way. Let's check retrovirus. Retrovirus is not currently running because low temperature, because because I let someone in chat shame me about not having lights over at these builds, and when I dropped the blueprint down to add the lights to this section of track, it overwrote the underground. This is what I get for listening to chat. So we haven't been getting ash out of retrovirus, so we're not making retrovirus. Well, all right, we gotta go fix that, because these can't run without it. And that will also break science eventually, so we should definitely go fix it. I mean, it's eventually has a lot of different meanings. I mean, I have pretty big buffers of some things. I'm not sure how quickly we use retrovirus for science right now. So, like, it's possible that something is already not being produced. But yeah, I think a lot of these got put back because I pasted the blueprint in. That's better. Now, the real question is, if we check in CyberSyn, yeah, nothing anywhere has any retrovirus. That's real bad. Why is this still set to request threshold of 10? Why am I just never fixed this when I started getting my builds up to full size. I stopped doing small trains, and this one just got lost in the shuffle, I think. There we go. So yeah, we haven't been making DNA polymerase, which probably means that PySci 2 is busted. No. All right. Well, but good alien samples aren't happening. So we're dangerously close to science being broken, because the good alien samples are what we actually care about for science. So yeah, all the layers of ridiculous buffers on Rails has saved my butt here. Fortunately, this is pretty quick now. Yeah, 0.7 a second. So we will, we should catch up pretty quickly, I hope, on the retrovirus demand. Yeah, and this is getting everything redelivered. I'm worried about how much of some of that is being delivered, but that's... Yeah, -2 there, -3 there. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. What else needs it? What is this one? This looks like something else related to science. Oh no, cDNA. Okay. Also busted for now. And... weirdly, this one is fine. I don't know what that is. And this is the one that we just built. And magnetic... what are you? Oh, chimeric proteins. Which goes into chitosan, right? No. Maybe yes eventually? I don't remember how this works. Or are chimeric proteins something that feeds directly into this? No. Advanced substrate, nanofibrils, one of those things? Maybe. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, is it mutant enzymes that use chimeric proteins? Then yes, they are currently busted. Yeah. Well, no. Except they have enough. We have a buffer of those. It's the propeptides that are broken. Because propeptides are always broken. They're running, though. Whatever. It'll figure itself out eventually. Oh, while I'm on this side of the world, another new follower who needs their name on the Wall of Fame. Is that... yeah, right there. Thank you, again, Roto Rules, for the follow. I really appreciate it. I'm getting to the point where I'm not going to be able to fit this, this view on, on screen at the start of streams anymore. With compression, it's going to be illegible. If I have to zoom out much further. Although I will take that opportunity, speaking of compression and bandwidth, to remind everybody that I am set up with enhanced streaming now on Twitch. So double check your stream quality is set the way you want it. I am broadcasting in 1440p now. And 1080 should also have slightly higher bitrate. Yeah, I need some followers to turn into subs so I can move them to the other side of the wall. How many hours am I at? Almost 800. Someone asked earlier, and we were at 777, but that was like an hour ago. So 778? 778 and a half. Got 100 and putting the old base on tracks. I pretty much did not put my old base on tracks. There is this pile of spaghetti that was the old base. None of it is meaningful anymore. None of it is hooked up to the current system. Everything runs on the rail base now. It just sits here. Menacingly. So that fixes retrovirus. It's going to take a little while for retrovirus and for the other thing we need, whatever this is, mutant enzymes, to show up. Sand is the other one. That's weird that we're not getting sand, because usually we have plenty of byproducts from stone and gravel getting smashed down to sand from metal processing, because we spit out so much of all of that stuff in all of our metals. So it's a little concerning. It's possible that we are just pulling too much sand and stuff in the base right now, or not pulling enough of some metals. Are diamonds broken, or are they just full? They're just full. Okay. Iron plate is running. Really not running super... Oh! Well, that's a problem. Oh, wasn't I saying, like, a week and a half ago that my iron mine was running low and I would need to fix that? Yeah, I don't think we're getting enough, Oh, and these are load balanced. Ooh, okay. My train limit is set wrong here. I needed to put a balancer in this if I was going to do this. I didn't really think about that. I will do it at the next location. But what I have set up with these combinators is that each of these has a train limit set to 1 plus the number of trains that are going to the other station, which just keeps the throughput a little bit higher so that Cybersyn doesn't queue up like 3 trains at one of these stations, and then, you know, only 1 goes to the other one, and it all might fit like station-wise and routing-wise, but it means trains are waiting instead of coming through and using the other station. But the issue is only one of these stations has stuff. So as soon as the other one, since the other one never has any trains assigned to it, we never end up using both stations. So what I can do, first thing, is put a splitter on this to get both stations running based on, you know, what's left of our mining here. And that'll at least keep iron running a little bit better. And then I need to find a new iron patch and set up a new station. So let's head over there and let's do that. I think that's now priority number 1, because broken iron means nothing works right. How far south do I want to go here? Not that far south. I'm glad I checked it. I'm glad I was like, why aren't I making enough sand? Surely we spit out 10,000 pounds of stone every day. So all of this can come off. These ones can come off. This comes off. And we will split this here. There we go. Because those are massively over... that's a good point. I should just do that. There we go. Now we should be able to start getting... Yeah. They've assigned themselves back and forth now. There's 3 on this one and 4 on this one. Well, 5 on that one. So they will pretty quickly start restocking iron, because iron has, I don't even know how many trains worth it can request all at once. It's a lot. What's the request number? 320 stacks, which is up to 16 trains. The train limit is set to 12, though. So up to 12 trains at once it will try to request. And they will all get sent over here. And should be evenly distributed between these 2 stations, although some trains are coming from further away. There's reasons they end up weird, but... something else I could probably do, although this shouldn't normally be a problem, but we can make it a little bit easier for trains to make their way in and out of here. No bot network for construction? I have a bot network in the mall. I do not have a bot network over this entire base. Even if I had wanted to invest all the resources into running all of the roboports, which I don't know if I would want to, bots going all the way across this mall is way slower than me going around doing it myself. Yeah, this is a huge base. It's very spread out. It's not great for bots. We do have, well, that network doesn't mean anything. That was the old mall network. But there is a network on the mall. We have a bot mall. So, like, there's bots over here. And you can also see the Pi Roboports are a pretty small coverage area. You can see how many Roboports I need, this grid of them, to cover this area. It's huge. It's a lot of roboports. Boy, that is a lot of trains that are still on the way over here. Is that just a fuel train? Yeah, that's still just a fuel train. I don't care. What I should do, though, is find another iron patch, because that one's not going to last much longer. That's not useful. down here? 53 million. That's kind of a smallish patch, though. Because I care about two things, right? I care about, one, having millions and millions of ore, so I don't ever have to do this again. But two, you want to have enough throughput, right? Yeah, the construction extenders are... Really, they're not supposed to charge. Cool. Then yeah, there was a bug at one point. I only used a few of those. I have, well, you can see I have lots of dedicated chargers.
Oh my god, I'm in space!
Dog of Chaos. Me when a sound effect gets lowered by 24... Wait, lowered by negative 24 decibels? So is that louder? Thank you for the 5 months. I know. I was just poking fun at the double negative. I know what you meant. I'm just being pedantic. Yeah, okay. I need to find where I want to put my iron mines. The other option, potentially, is to do a iron... I don't know what the iron rock is called in this. sonarmegaouch.org. I don't know if I need to listen to that right now. Is there a iron version of this at all? Open pit iron mine, yes. I just don't know what the iron rock is called. If it's a deposit, if it's a rock, if it's a monolith, if it's a... They have names. Maybe we can do this. Open pit iron mine. Can only be built on resource. Wait, does that mean that it wants to be built on... No. No. So yeah, it does have to be on an iron rock of some sort, but it doesn't tell me what kind. Not helpful, Factorio. That's probably one of those things that was fine when your only resource rocks are oil and is... Ah, there was one. Okay. So if we ghost this, what does this say? Expected resources 20 a second. I can drop 1 speed module on it. Okay. So they don't make a huge number of resources. What are you called? An iron reserve. There we go. Yep, now I can see them. But like, okay, there's 2 of them here. So that's a little more than 40 a second. 1 second, I'm going to sneeze. Okay. But we're pulling through... That's not iron. Where's iron? Which one's iron? Diamond, iron. How much iron ore are we using per second here? 60. 4 belts. So we would need at least 3 of these to fuel the whole thing. Yeah. 2 close together south as well. Yeah, down here. It's a little further away. Although I did say I was going to run this all the way across. So that's not too far from there. So yeah, maybe these 2 here and these 2 here, and that would take care of our iron, and I never, ever, ever... Well, I'm not going to say never. I won't have to set up traditional iron mining again. We might have to expand that a little further. But those should be able to handle all of our all of our needs. Never breaks until drill heads run out, right? Yeah, but I'm still using like drill head 1, so we have better options now. Yeah, especially now that stainless is less expensive, we could be making a lot more drill heads. Stainless, titanium, niobium. Because I think I'm still using, like... It might be this recipe. I'd have to double check. But that is a good point. I should be careful with throwing down huge amounts of big mines until I double check my drill head production and make sure we're actually ready to go. It does seem like they are... What? Why do I do these things? Why did I decide this needed 2 separate belts? Okay, I think this is a good place to call it for today. Let's get our to-do list figured out. Big iron mines is one that we're going to have to do. And... double check drill head production for big mines. And all before that is we do still need to finish the kick-out build that we started, which still isn't done because we kept getting distracted. We are still pushing a lot of iron ore through this segment here. We are catching up though. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're catching up on the iron ore deliveries. Good. The real question is, how badly was it screwed up? Like, okay, we're full on iron plate, but we're pretty low on molten iron. So I think I caught it potentially just in time to avert disaster, which is good to know. All right, well, thanks everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thank you to all of the new followers today. Thank you to my subscribers who renewed their subs today. All of you who watch are really, really appreciated. It feels really good to be doing something that people enjoy enough to hang out. So thank you all, really. And tomorrow is Pal World 1.0 day, so we're going to play Pal World, because, I mean, what else am I going to do? And we'll be back with Pi on Tuesday next week. So thanks again, everybody. Oh, if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch channel in the description. That's the thing that I always need to say. All right, thanks all, and I'll see you next time.